a man who is down and needs a helping hand. All it takes is you to understand and to pull him through. It seems to me we got to solve it individually. It ought to unto you what you do to me. Said no. Shouting from the mountains out to the sea. Out to the sea. Nothing well about it. People have to be. They got to be. Ask me my opinion will be. That's a situation for a man to be free. Get right on board now. It's about to arrive any minute now. You know it's been a long, long overdue. Look out, cause it's coming right on through.
10 in a row, County Channel Radio.
Serves 100 ships a day. Lonely sailors pass the time away and talk about their homes. And there's a girl in this harbor town, and she works laying whiskey down. They say, Brandy, fetch another round. She serves them whiskey and wine. The sailors say, Brandy, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. Such a fine. Yeah, your eyes could steal a sailor from the sea. Brandy wears a braided chain made of finest silver from the north of Spain. A locket that bears the name of a man that Brandy loved. It came on a summer's day, bringing gifts from far away, but he made it clear he couldn't stay. No harbor was his home. The sailor said, Brandy, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. Such a fine. But my life, my love, and my lady is the sea. When the bars close down, Brandy walks through a silent town and loves a man who's not around. She still can hear him say, she hears him say, Brandy, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. Such a fine. But my life, my love, and my lady is the sea.
And you can dance for inspiration. Come on. Get into the groove, boy, you got to prove your
County Board of Education to order. October 4th. It's a business meeting being conducted in a hybrid fashion. It's also being live streamed on the county channel. Requests for public comment participation will be accepted between 5 and 5:30 p.m. by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to Robin Cushenberry at beaufort.k12.sc.us. You will receive a phone call during public comments where you will be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum will be limited to 30 minutes. If you're in person, you may address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. Each speaker must fill out a public comment card. Please see the board clerk for a card. Requests for the second public comments will be accepted between 7 and 7:30 p.m. in the same manner. Second public comments will take place prior to adjournment no later than 9 p.m. Second forum will be limited to 15 minutes. I just realized there's an echo, so I got to hear myself. Always a surprise. Your voice is never what you think it is.
True.
Yeah. In the event the board has not finished addressing all items listed on October 4th tonight's agenda, the board will reconvene at 6 p.m. tomorrow to finish the agenda items. The first order of business is the executive session. Dr. Watts.
I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education go into executive session for the following reasons: receipt of legal advice regarding one pending claim covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3470A2, receipt of legal advice related to fiscal authority covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3470A2, an employment matter regarding personal ratification report pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3470A1, adult education homeschool report pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3440A4, and an update on security safety plans pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3420C.
Thank you. Second. Ingrid Boatwright is second. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Middleton, aye.
You're an aye. Angela, you were an aye?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we are going into executive session. public session. Are there actions necessary or appropriate regarding matters discussed in the executive session?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have 4 motions that have come out of executive session. The first motion, I move the board direct legal counsel to promptly commence a declaratory judgment action to determine the fiscal authority of the school district under South Carolina law.
I'll
Second
second.
by Dr. Quads. I'm going to wait for you to get that up
Yeah.
on the book. It's a little hard to understand. Okay. See the motion? Okay. Is there a discussion? Mr. Smith?
At this time, I think that we can do a little more working together in terms of working together as in counterparts with county council. So I can't support this motion tonight. I don't feel that we're there. And I have some more questions that aren't answered. So I can't support this motion tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
Mr. Chairman, we have been working together for the last 20 some years and we haven't gotten nowhere. So why waste the time? Thank you.
Okay. There's no other discussion. All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Middleton, aye.
Okay. All those opposed? Abstain? Mr. Smith abstains. Got it. Okay. Any next motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the board direct legal counsel to promptly, another one. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I move we approve the superintendent's recommendations for employment listed on September 1st to September 30th, 2022 personnel ratification report.
Okay. We're going to have a second. Is Fidrich second? Discussion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Middleton, aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Spelled right, abstains.
Mr. Chair, this is the last motion. Correction, there are only 3 motions. I move we accept the superintendent's recommendation for the monthly adult education homeschool report for October 4th, 2022.
Second. Mr. Smith, second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Middleton, aye.
That's unanimous.
And that concludes our motions.
Thank you. Next item is approval of the agenda. Dr. Quads?
I move that the board approve tonight's agenda.
Second. Ms. Fidrich?
I'd like to ask that the meeting minutes be taken off the consent agenda, which I think constitutes the entire consent agenda. So,
Okay, we will be removing the minutes from the consent agenda. Discussion. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Middleton, aye.
Mr. Smith?
Okay, if we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. September 28th, 2022. She was a special assistant at May River High School since December of 2018. Thank you. Media has been properly notified. Bless you. Next item. This is our student performance. Ladies Island Elementary School fourth grade performers are here tonight with a dance to Beat It by Michael Jackson under the direction of dance teacher Vanessa Valdez, followed by the song Like a Mighty Stream by Rollo Dilworth under the direction of music teacher John Bittner.
But you wanna be there, just be there. Just beat it, beat it, beat it. Beat it, beat it, beat it.
Fifth grade.
That was certainly worth the price of admission.
Yeah, that's right.
Awesome job.
Awesome. Those kids bring us all back down to earth, don't they? Okay. Points of celebration.
Thank you, Mr. to our Ladies Island Elementary students and their teachers, and to Ms. Coleman, their principal, for the opportunity to watch that today. I think that gets our day started off quite well. Character education is the next item, and the August Student of the Month for Northern Beaufort County is the student we're getting ready to celebrate today. So our character education program was formed to support parents' efforts to develop good character in their children. Tonight, we're celebrating the Character Ed Student of the Month, exhibiting the character traits of friendship and kindness. Friendship is defined as the emotions or conduct of friends, the state of being friends, relationship, close relationship, attachment, mutual attachment, association, bond, tie, link, union. Kindness is defined as the quality of being friendly, generous, and considerate. Kindliness, kind-heartedness, warm-heartedness, affection, warmth, gentleness, concern, and care. And we're happy to announce that our Character Education Student of the Month for Northern Beaufort County for August is Angelic Sanchez Ramirez, a fourth grade student at Joseph S. Shanklin Elementary School. And here to tell us more about her student is Principal Liz Rivera.
Sorry about that. All right. So one of the wonderful things about how we do Student of the Month at Joseph Shanklin Elementary School is that our student leaders and Students of the Month are not nominated by the teachers or even me, the principal. They're nominated by their classmates. And so Angelic was nominated by her class, and this is what her class had to say about her. Miss Miller's fourth grade class at Joseph Shanklin Elementary nominates Angelic Sanchez Ramirez as the Student Leader of the Month for August character trait of friendship and kindness, which aligns with habit 4 for the leader in me, think win-win. Angelic was selected for Student Leader of the Month for the words friendship and kindness based on her actions toward others and her peers' recommendations. She is bilingual. Because of this, she has taken it upon herself to translate for a group member when she noticed confusion spread across her peer's face. As the teacher, we never see Angelic, as the teacher, that is Miss Miller, her teacher, never asked her to do this. She took it upon herself. She notices when others are being left out. She seeks out students who may not have partners, and she works with them and shares. One student on their nomination for her wrote, "I choose Angelic because she is really nice and helpful. And when we sat at science together, she wanted to talk to me and helped me out. And we love to talk to each other, and we noticed we like a lot of the same things." Angelic thinks win-win by showing kindness. Others win because they have their buckets filled, but she also wins because she gets to interact in a positive way with new people. And we could not be more proud of her at Joseph Shanklin Elementary and very proud that she attends there.
It's on photo. Right. Thank you. Yeah. Next this evening, if you recall, at a meeting last month, I shared that the Citizen-Led Oversight Committee was selected as a recipient of the South Carolina School Board Association's Champions for Public Education Award. And we would have a formal presentation of that award. Well, tonight is that night. And I would like to introduce Mr. Jamie Devine, South Carolina School Board Association President, at this time.
Good evening, everyone. It's good to be here. Just came from the great city of Columbia to be with y'all on tonight, and it's good to see everybody again on tonight again. To this great distinguished panel of school board members, my fellow colleagues, we appreciate what you do across the state in informing education across right here in Beaufort County to make sure that our young people get the sources, the resources that they need in order to lead a productive life in the near future. So tonight, I am here to present to you all and to the Citizen-Led Oversight Committee Champions for Public Education Award. As we can see, it is a symbol of our state and, of course, our palmetto tree, which we have here. So on tonight, can I get, I don't see her here, Patricia Simmons, Region 1 Director. I don't think Patricia came tonight. But Patricia is your Region 1 Director. She represents you all. She's supposed to be here tonight, but she's not. But can I get Dr. Rodriguez and our board chair, if you would please join me down front in this presentation. We're here tonight to recognize the Citizen Overhead Committee, which is a independent group of volunteers who were brought together by Dr. Rodriguez to monitor all referendum projects, scheduled budgets and expenditures. This group reports to the public and to this school district. And representatives from the CLOC, if you would please join me up front as well. Thank you for being here with us tonight. Again, Ted, anybody else here? Yeah. All right. Bring the rest of the group up. All right. Again, thank you, gentlemen. We thank you and we thank the committee for what they do to ensure that monies are spent correctly and that the projects are on task. The relationship between the CLOC and this school district serves as a model for other school districts across the state. And one of the reasons why tonight the South Carolina School Boards Association is proud to recognize you and your efforts and honor you with this Champion of Public Education Award. So Ted, if you would take this for me, please, sir. Let's give him a round of applause. Just a few more comments, and then I go. So just a few more comments, then I will take a quick photo. This group was formed again by our superintendent to bring forth those items that he needed to bring forth. And I did notice that the mission of the school district is through a personalized learning approach is to prepare graduates who compete and succeed in the ever-changing global society and career marketplace. And then the vision is to work with families and the district's diverse composition to ensure the students perform at an internationally competitive level and in a learning environment that is safe and nurturing. And again, in 2019, this community, along with this board, passed a bond referendum of $344 million, which I believe is the largest in your school district history. And so we are proud of that. And again, we thank this oversight committee and the superintendent for being here and for formulating this relationship and this full endorsement of the group that who provide a wide variety of personal experiences to this task force. We have certified public accountants, you have urban planners, civil engineers, and project managers. And the value that is brought here tonight is working together transparently for public education of all of our students and to ensure that we can easily see why this organization is worthy of this tonight. Again, on behalf of SCSBA, the School Boards Association, thank you all so much for what you do. Look forward to continuing the great work. Tonight we have Ted and Carlton with us on tonight. So thank you all so much for being here and look forward to future endeavors. Thank you. Thank you, board.
Thank you.
To display them. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody can see it. Yeah, you really don't. So you actually try to do that. And we have another item under points of celebration this evening.
Another item under points of celebration this evening, and that is the support staff of the year. Last Monday, Mossy Oaks Elementary School school nurse was named as the Beaufort County School District's 2022 Support Staff of the Year. In a second, you'll get to see a video on which Jody Knorr selection was announced at a surprise visit to the school. Support Staff of the Year are recognized at a breakfast that's held at the Technical College of the Low Country Institute of the South. And we surprised the district Support Staff of the Year at her school. And so you'll get to see Jody here. She's unable to attend this evening, but we have a video.
Congratulations for Support Staff of the Year.
Well, thank you.
Making a fun surprise announcement. The school nurse at Mossy Oaks Elementary School was shocked when she found out she's been named the Beaufort County School District's 2022 Support Staff of the Year. Members of the Human Resources Department, along with the superintendent, presented her with a gift bag, flowers, balloons, and more.
I was very surprised. I mean, I'm just doing my job like all the other nurses and staff members in the district, so very surprised and very blessed.
So that's the district one and that's the soy one.
It makes me feel really good, and like my hard work pays off because I really do love my job and I love these kids, and I do my best every day to make sure everyone's taken care of and safe and protected.
The school's faculty and staff are proud of Nurse Knorr and are happy she's a part of the Mossy Oaks community.
So nurse is an essential part to Mossy Oaks. She's here for students, she's here for staff. Without her, we really miss her when she's not here. She's here to help our kids when there's a boo-boo or help disperse medicine. She's an essential part, and we wouldn't be what we are without her.
Jody is honored to be named the Support Staff of the Year and says she loves being able to help children.
The kids have my heart. I care for these kids like they're my own, like I would want somebody else to care for my kids. So I love coming in here, and I mean, they call me everything from Dr. Nurse to Nurse Nora. I mean, all sorts of funny names, and I think most of them love me as much as I love them.
Jody's been a nurse for 13 years, the last 3 as a school nurse. At Mossy Oaks Elementary School, Ron Lopes, Beaufort County School District.
And congratulations. I know it's well deserved.
Thank you. I appreciate this.
Appreciate you very much.
All of my
That concludes our points of celebration this evening.
Thank you. That was pure emotion on display, and it's always great to see. Okay, it takes us to public comments. Our first commenter is Mr. Joseph Castignino.
You guys can be happy that I am not going to sing or dance. So leave it at that. I'm not doing that. Thank you for giving me this time tonight. Just want to take a couple minutes to talk about some, what I consider urgent matters happening in our schools that I brought to the attention of this board multiple times before. I really do think we have a crisis in our schools with a lot of this stuff. So, under the current school year proviso, which is a South Carolina statute, Beaufort County School District and all the schools are prohibited from teaching, carrying, or using materials that are CRT based. Under the Protection of Pupils' Rights Act, which is a federal law, parents have the right to review material that is being used and taught in our schools and present it to our children. Under the Freedom of Information Act, the public legally has access to information that is requested from elected officials. This includes our elected school board. This is a federal law. The Beaufort County School Board and the Beaufort County School District continually violates all three of these. And here are some examples. May River High School hosted a district-wide meeting on August 2nd through August 4th where teachers, staff, and administration attended meetings. Materials presented in these meetings were based on SEL, social emotional learning, which is a Trojan horse and basis for CRT, critical race theory. This is a clear violation of the proviso. I had presented this information to the school board, and I had asked for the materials that were used in this numerous times under FOIA and under PPRA, and essentially both of or all of those requests were ignored or denied. So that is a violation of the law. Parents were also refused entry to these sessions in order to review the material that was going to be used in the schools and taught to the children. All teachers and staff that attended these meetings were also paid to attend those sessions, which is a violation of the proviso. Materials that were presented and have been used in the Beaufort County School District since August 15th a lot of them are based on the materials that were taught and used in those sessions, and that is a violation of the proviso. Numerous examples of SEL and CRT being used in our schools have been captured by several parents in the district, and it's being used as a basis for some of the materials in our schools, and that is a violation of the proviso. Next thing I want to talk about is books in our schools. There are several hundred books in our schools that are deemed inappropriate for children. They range from books containing offensive language to books that push racism, push SEL and CRT, and even borderline on pornography. Many of these books violate the proviso as well, since they contain SEL and CRT language. Parents have escalated many of these books to the school district for refusal, and for the most part, those requests have been largely ignored, or the parents were told that they had to fill out an extensive form. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marshall White.
Good afternoon. I'm Marsha White, and I'm coming regarding a matter that happened at Well Branch Early College on September 9th. Our children were involved in the incident at a school. Our kids are all football players, and we were really upset about how the situations were handled. Our children were pulled at 3:45 at the end of the day. They were not allowed to call their parents. The parents were not notified by the school as to why they were not able to get on a bus or to come home. We were told that they were being investigated for a matter that happened earlier in the day. No one has yet to tell us what the investigation was. Our kids were basically held hostage at the school. They were not allowed to call their parents. When I arrived at the school, I was told that my son was not able to leave because the officers may have had questions for him. When I spoke to the officer said that they didn't have any questions for the children. It was all on the school. Our children were also given 2 days suspension that was later switched to 2 days principal. We don't even know what it was called, but they ended up doing 2 days of learning on a Monday and Tuesday. That Monday, they had no work from none of their teachers. The teachers didn't know what was going on. So basically they lost 2 days of seat time. My son is a senior who has never, ever been suspended. I've been in school, and it was just really embarrassing how they handled that situation. As of today, no one has called to say what the results of that investigation was. We don't even know what was being investigated. What else? So no real reason as to why kids spent 2 days out of school with no learning material. Do you want to say something?
Especially when they was questioning the kids. If law enforcement didn't have anything to do with those kids at all, there was no reason for them to sit there and be questioned. Now I'm trying to figure out if whatever them kids had to say to the administration, what was the administration going to do with that information? If they were going to take it to law enforcement, okay, now there's a crime right there. Because you can't go and take information from these kids and go and take it to law enforcement when law enforcement can't even question these kids without a parent being present. So who are they to go and question these kids without the parent being present? Especially on the law enforcement matter. And no one has said anything at all. Everybody's sitting, all three of them trying to cover their backs. They sit in their meetings trying to cover their backs, especially when it first happened the first time, when it first happened at the beginning. No one called us. No one said anything. My son sat home for over half the day. He didn't get, I called him and told him, I said, listen, if y'all don't have any work for my son by the end of business day, he coming to school tomorrow. And it don't make no sense. You had them kids sit out for 2 days and did nothing, all because the school the administration trying to do an investigative matter.
Sorry, but your time is up. We do have a second. We do have a second public comments. So if you can't finish your comments, the first, you can always sign up for the second. Mr. Skip Oakland.
He's not here.
Mayor Stephen Murray.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. First, I want to thank you for your service to our kids, especially in these complex and less than civil times. It takes a lot of courage to offer yourself for public service, especially when it comes to schools and our children. As a proud product of Beaufort County Schools and as a dad who's raising two girls who are also enrolled in Beaufort County Schools, I believe every day we're working to close the achievement gap and bring all students ahead. And I think spend a lot of time thinking about the challenges of the world. Don't have a lot of answers, but I know that we're going to have a rational, critically thinking, civil populace moving forward to accomplish anything together. But I'm not here to talk about that tonight. You do have an annexation discussion further on in your agenda, so I wanted to let you know that I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. I appreciate the staff's time to research that issue and provide input. I appreciate your consideration of it. A quick background is back in about 2008, the city of Beaufort, the town of Port Royal, Beaufort County, the Beaufort County School District, the town of Yamasee, a whole host of other entities worked together to create what they call the Northern Regional Plan. The document is available on the city's website and the county's website. You can just search Northern Regional Plan. That laid out future land use for each of the jurisdictions, set out growth boundaries on where the town and the city would grow into over time, and importantly, where we would not grow into, right? So the city's never going to go to St. Helena, Mr. Smith. We're never going to go up into Seabrook or into Dale. We're going to stay kind of in the footprint that we are in now. But within the growth boundary is Robert Smalls Middle School. There are a number of city residents that already attend Robert Smalls Middle School. There are a number of new housing units that are coming around the school that will be in the city. And so as mayor, who is very proud of the Beaufort County School District and the opportunities you offer our students every day, it's a sort of a selfish request of mine to have Robert Smalls in the city. The advantage for us is that it gives us continuity. South Carolina annexation law favors what I think rightfully the property owner. And so they have to petition to come into the city, but it has to be contiguous. So the parcels contiguous to Robert Smalls could then annex into the city, which they cannot do today without it being in the city. Also, we have a very proud community police department with the Beaufort PD. You know those folks because they have Navy cars and Navy uniforms. We have a great community policing philosophy. The force, the diversity of the force represents the community in which they serve. And because many of the students, where they live and where they play, they will be interacting with the City of Beaufort Police. I think it's important for the school resource officer to also be in that Navy uniform and for them to have interactions throughout the day so we can build those stronger relationships as our kids grow up and our community grows around the school. So again, thank you for your time, and I will be here throughout the evening through your discussion if you have any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Julie Matthews?
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me this time to speak to you. I want to bring to your attention, I'm a grandparent. I'm a concerned grandparent about the books that are in the schools, in the libraries. Many of them are inappropriate, age-wise, pornography. It's ridiculous. I'm also concerned about school safety, okay? Where do I go? I've got 4 grandkids that are no longer in the school system. They're being homeschooled because of the fear of school safety. Has Beaufort County done anything to secure our schools? Or are we going to wait until, schools, we have shootings, okay? There's all the uproar about gun safety when the school shootings happen. And then there's a lull, and it doesn't stop, okay? There's silence. And then it becomes an uproar again when there's another shooting. I want to know, is Beaufort County being proactive, doing something to secure these schools? Whether it's putting certain locks on doors or security officers, something needs to be done before we're the target. It's just a matter of time. All of you guys, I don't know whether you've got grandkids or whether you've got children, okay? But you're all representing us, the community, our children. We depend on you to make the right decisions, the right choices. We shouldn't be coming up here reminding you what you're supposed to be doing. Get it together.
Okay.
I'm calling this evening to let you know that I spent an hour with 2 parents today in a meeting with Senator Tom Davis. We discussed several things, including CRT and social and emotional learning professional development for teachers, CRT and social emotional learning in our classrooms and in our student registration process, illicit library material available to our children, the rights of parents to review standardized tests for their children, the content of the material being introduced through internet programs throughout the district, and a few other topics. These are topics we have discussed with our board representatives, administration, and Dr. Rodriguez ad nauseum. I personally want you to know that we aren't just going away. We want the best for our children, and we will fight like mothers and fathers to ensure laws are followed and that our children do get the best. While I have the floor, I'd like to mention how difficult it is to speak to anyone at the board directly. Emails go unanswered, as do voice messages and recordings. Next, I'd like to make the suggestion that schools receive training on how to deal with children on the spectrum or who are neurodivergent. I think this could mitigate issues like the ones we saw last week. For example, a child walked home from school during the school day 3.2 miles, and no one at school noticed for approximately 1 hour. This is outrageous. This training should be for teachers and, more importantly, principals and vice principals. I'd also like to bring up, again, that the district desperately needs some kind of standard operating procedures. As it is, schools can set their own versions of most policies. There is no consistency, and we as parents are always in a tailspin when we have children in multiple schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Hoagland?
Good evening, Skip Hoagland, Windmill Harbor. I have no children. I grew up in Mayberry, but I'm here for 296 million not fully accounted for. In order for school boards and their employees to protect and monitor school resources with due diligence, it is essential that all school operations and practices be reviewed and analyzed independently and constantly. The most effective way to begin this process is to form a community-based forensic audit committee called a FACT. One of its primary tasks would be to ask critical questions of the school board. The reason for asking the questions is to determine easily whether board policies and school practices are protecting and maximizing school resources effectively and efficiently and ethically, and are free from the ravages of potential actual corruption. Fortunately, a trend towards forming forensic audit committees, FACTs, is gaining momentum. School officials in Mesa, Arizona have proposed creating a public school audit committee that would independently review the district's books. Unlike other audit committees formed, Mesa's committee is composed entirely of community CPA volunteers with expertise in accounting and education. Beaufort County needs to seek retired CPAs to join an audit committee to work with the board and the CPA, Ms. Crosby, to strengthen the school district's internal financial controls. The reality is corruption is likely to be found in most school districts. However, it takes critical questioning and diligent forensic review to determine whether corrupt acts have taken place or have taken place or have taken place or could be committed with relative ease. In this regard, it's vital to understand what is meant by the term corruption. Corruption is breach of trust, bribery, embezzlement, dishonesty, fraud, graft, malfeasance, nepotism, payoffs, kickbacks, etc. Typically, school boards will be defensive and deny that corruption is malignant and institutionalized problem and will provide reason that should not never be accepted. Like saying school financials are audited regularly, so no reason to be concerned about or suspect any wrongdoing. We trust the CPAs, et cetera, et cetera. Although these appear to be credible answers, it's not, because cookie cutter financial audits are not designed to uncover crimes like embezzlement by the CPAs, the CFOs, or others, and waste and mismanagement. Former Berkeley County School CFO embezzled $1.2 million and was sentenced to prison, and I'm the one that facilitated that arrest with the FBI. I'm the one that did that. Only independent forensics audits can do this. Beaufort audit conducted with generally accepted auditing standards, GAS, and even if it incorporated Standard 99, consideration of fraud and financial statement audits will still not identify crimes and corruption. Do you let other people run over occasionally? I just want to.
I'm trying not to, sir.
If you don't mind, I'd like to just finish my.
You have a second public comment you can sign up for to complete your.
Well, I'm just saying, do you ever let other people run over? I'd ask you just to
Sir,
finish
I'm
my
not here to
sentence.
be interrogated by you. You have.
I'm just asking you, can I finish my statement? I'm asking you permission, can I finish my statement? If you let other.
Please take your seat.
Okay. Just remember, if you let some run over, you let everybody run over. Remember that. Show respect to those who you work for.
That concludes public comments. On to committee reports, academics.
All right. I am happy to announce that at our last academic committee meeting, we tackled the following subjects. And all of the data is presented in your packet and has been online for you to look at earlier. The first thing that we reviewed were changes to the regulation IS 25 is now called multilingual learners. That's a change from ELL. And the reason for that is that it was changed by the federal government and the state to now be known as multilingual learners. So there are considerable changes that were made to that AR, and you can look at them at your convenience. Also presented was an overview of the instructional division's organizational chart. I think we all found this to be very interesting. I mean, it filled in all the dots for us, the names of everyone who's working in those positions, and showed who, what areas they were responsible for, who reported to them, who they supervised. And in addition to that was another sheet that kind of broke it down even further. We know that most of our administrators have many, many jobs and many responsibilities. So that was presented as well. And last but not least, we received information on student-teacher ratios. Again, very valuable information for us to have. And as the committee talked, it's like the starting point. We have this data. We know how many teachers are teaching every subject, the main subjects at each of our high schools, at our middle schools. So we can look at that data, and we can hopefully begin to ask further questions about that data. So where are our most experienced teachers? What kind of impact? We know that there are some areas where our class sizes are lower than others. I think that we've talked about that before as a board, how we are trying to be responsive to the most critical needs and doing that type of staffing. So this is the beginning. We haven't had information like that before that's so specific. Really want to thank Dr. Stratos and her team for pulling this all together. It's a good piece of data to have and to start with asking other questions regarding the data, looking at it, and maybe coming to some conclusions as we follow. Our next academic committee meeting is October 26th, and that concludes my report unless one of my committee members would like to say something. Ms. Goodrich?
I'm not on your committee, but I did have a question. And so, Chair, may I ask Dr. Stratos the question? So, Dr. Stratos, you and your team have put together an incredible document here, replete with information, a lot of data. When I first opened it, I thought maybe it was like an introduction to a doctoral thesis. So kudos to you. I expect nothing less. And you and your team rise to the top. Out of all of this data that you put together, and I know you analyzed it, summarize if you could, what is this saying to you? What does it mean? And how does this affect where we need to drive to for student achievement?
So Mrs. Friedrich, that's a rather broad question, but I'll summarize. And I shared that at academic committee. One of the greatest success of one of our smaller high schools is that they're a small school. They're intimate. Wellbranch Early College lends an opportunity for students to know one another, a direct feeder pattern. One of the challenges is that you're very small. So one of the beauties that we're able to provide as a school system is the opportunity of the early college model. Because when you're in a smaller setting, it's much more challenging to provide greater pathways or numerous pathways. So I want us to be conscious of that as a system. Another item would be the first few pages on the research really shows that class size is significant. It doesn't matter if it's 12-1 or 20-1. What most important is the educator, the effectiveness of our educators, the quality of our educators. So I want to commend our board for that opportunity of looking to keep retention and the work that you put forward as a board for retaining our educators and building the capacity, because that's jumps at me. Further analysis, and I'll challenge myself at that, is when looking outside of the core academics and into, let's say, the arts and the CT, and I know we'll get into that conversation later on as a system, the necessary staffing to keep that continuity so I could have greater readiness of students as they cross the stage at graduation. Once again, as I've said to you as a system, what are we giving our children the next day after they graduate? Yes, ma'am.
No.
So close
Put
yet
your
so.
mouth over there. And go close.
Okay,
I tried.
yeah, I know.
I know. Thank you, sir.
But my question is, and Richard asked the same question, where did you get from all this data? And my question is, why are there a significant amount of one teacher, one student classes?
I may ask.
One teacher, one student. I saw it a number of places. That's I could read it wrong. English 2 honors at Battery Creek High.
That may be the number of sections versus the educator. If you let me pull my document.
Average enrollment 10.
Would you mind?
Enrollment 10.
Because they may not have it available during the first semester. It may be available on the second semester, but if you do let me pull my data point so I can refer to the same thing you are, sir. Just give me a moment, please.
I mean, no, now I got.
But it's only fair that we have the same thing we're looking at.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, thank you, sir. Battery Creek High School, English 1 honors, Battery Creek High School. They may just have that student right now, just on a double roster, sir, and it may not register till second semester as a live course.
Sometimes
too, I don't know what.
Sometimes when you look at journalism classes, right, you may have in
high school.
You may have, it's possible you might have during one period, journalism 1, journalism 2, journalism 3, as an example, right? That might
On a split
take
roster.
during one period, class period, because in journalism, they typically need all of them together in there as their, as
students are all in.
So it may be a,
Bit of section.
could be.
yes, sir.
Sections in one.
I mean, without looking at the actual master board itself, we can't tell you right now, but based on the course you're selecting, that happens in school.
So for clarification, Mr. Kim, when I say split roster is what Dr. Rodriguez is explaining, and if you look at the numbers, there are 14 students total. I may say, please, Mr. Campbell, let me have Peter in the class with me because he contributes as well. And I may not be able to support both small sections on the master board during the first semester.
It's so long. There are a couple other classes that I was concerned with the lower number of students per teacher.
And we have to recognize these were at the very beginning of, this data was pulled in the very beginning week of school.
Bluffton High. 3 students. 3 sections of intermediate.
But
That's okay with that.
You okay with that?
Yeah, but I'm concerned with the distribution of teacher to students when it gets to that point. I mean, I understand calculus honors, you won't get there easily. But if we're gonna get 3 students there, then we need to get 7, 10 students there so that it justify that staff number. Because that's, to me, that's crucial when you look at some of these classes with 30 students in it.
If I may, Ms. Distributor, especially in the area of math, Mr. Campbell, it is an area that we're diving into significantly. And if you take a look at the state standards in math from the elementary, middle to high school, and I know you were a math educator, they are a significant step from 7th to 8th grade in acquisition of the algebra thinking process. We're trying to push the card to deepen the algebra thinking lower into our grade level. It is going to take some work from my team, because what you're talking about, in order to get there, we have to have deeper standards beyond what's proposed by the state in order to give greater access for all students into higher level math classes. That is an analysis from reading this, not by course, but knowing the standards as we do. That is a conversation we're having deeply.
I know this problem existed long before you arrived. We've been asking this question for years. Why teacher assignments go much differently from advanced placement courses to the regular student. My concept of education, it probably should be just the opposite, except you're telling me what I already know. The talent level is not there to have a calculus honors class of 25 students. And that's our goal if we're going to have that calculus honors class, in my mind.
So that's part of our DODEA grant, to bring those computational science and math concepts deeper at the elementary. But it is going to be a system shift and time to get there. And I've had a similar analysis as yourself, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mentioned the IB exercise and help 3 students. IB biology, 3 students. I'm not indicting the program, I'm indicting the distribution. And we got to do something differently. 3 students in one class, then that student obviously is going to share a little bit more wealth than a student with 30. A classroom with 30 in that class. We have to do some things to change that distribution.
And well noted, we're in an IB evaluation year with the IB, and that is a question that has been brought forward to the team actually earlier today at 4 o'clock in a conference call.
People get upset saying,
No, we want to grow the program.
I'm in IB. I just want more students in IB.
Mr. Distributor, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I looked at this document pretty carefully. And one thing to me that was, I don't know, it just really stood out to me was the first, page 2, and it's the second paragraph. And I'm not an educator, but it starts out, and I'll read, the 2014 analysis by the National Education Policy Center, Shazenbach, 2014, identified that smaller classes generally lead to higher test scores for students, especially in the earlier grades and for students from challenging backgrounds, such as generational poverty, adverse childhood experiences, and after that they list as these experiences maternal depression, emotional and sexual abuse, substance abuse, domestic violence, and then they go on to say, or adverse community environment and blah, blah, blah. I was just, I don't know, as a physician, I was kind of maternal depression as listed first. And it really, and they make no mention of a family that's not intact or parents that are not engaged with their children. I mean, to me, those are much more problematic. I mean, I'm not trying to at all say that maternal depression is not something significant. It's definitely something significant, but I don't think, why is that missing from here? And I don't know what this National Education Policy Center is either, but that just was stuck out to me as just glaringly, what are they missing? And yet it is on page 5 in that visible learning, 250 plus influences on student achievement. Because under home, they have, you can't read this printed copy, but they do have under the home section for what influences student achievement. You know, one of the headings are engaged versus disengaged fathers and intact two-parent families. So I don't know. I mean, to me, it seems like, you know, this National Education Policy Center, I guess we're supposed to think they're pretty good or whatever. I don't know. Dr. Rodriguez, do you know what this policy center is? I just saw that as very odd, the way it was written.
So, since I've been the author of that language, so the research is called collectively. So that was one example. The national policy, they conduct seminal work for research. The examples came from the author and they're provided as examples. And if you go on to the reading, it goes deeper to identify that it's not just the influence of family or the sexual abuse or issues that our children go through, but it's actually the solution for student achievement as a result of collective practice of the educators, the community, and the family. So those were just examples being provided. The listing that you made reference to by the research was a meta-analysis by John Hattie, right? That's just also provided for us to have a realization that it's not just class size. That was the purpose of the writing, Dr. Guads, not to negate anything with regard to any other conditions. In all truth, I wanted to just bring light to that it's more than just class size. It actually is a collective effort, or if you hear the language collective impact, at creating a change for improvement for all students.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Smith.
In terms of this, I definitely appreciate this. However, I would definitely like to see it more broken down in terms of in terms of improving the achievement gap in terms of demographic male, female, color, just so that we can understand and help us understand who are taking what courses in what areas and are people advancing and where we would need to focus in on and hone into more as well. And I think some of that we did discuss. I believe some of that we did discuss during that during the session. And today, today when I pulled it up, I was kind of looking for more of that to be broken down in that term, so I could more dissect it and understand it exactly where we could put more funding at to help achieve that.
So, Mr. Smith, to build on that, this was a result of significant amount of hours of breaking down the information. I want us to recognize that data is good, data is bad. If we look at the current state without putting interventions to say that we're trying to provide additional support for educators, and just look at, so start breaking data deeper and deeper, let's recognize that we have to be in a position to provide support as well for all students, for all of our students to be able to have the opportunity of acceleration. I just want to bring that forward, because as you dive into numbers, we could do everything we want to do with numbers, but what are we prepared in order to help, again, all students meet? What do we do the next day, the day of graduation? What's that next step? Yeah.
And I do agree with you saying, but right now I do feel right now versus any other different time in our history where we at right now as a district, I believe that we do have the funding right now more than ever to actually capitalize to make sure that we are, as we say, and it was said earlier in our mission statement, that we can compete internationally and globally, so that we can help those kids who may be in those upper echelon classes versus those students who may be in a tier 2 or tier 3 or 4 school, who may need to come up to their building to get to that tier 1 school. So I believe that we have the funding. I believe it's about the board, and it's about the board actually putting their money where their mouth is right now, and actually making it happen and believing and seeing this thing through. So I mean, that's more reason why I was looking for that information. And I do hear what you're saying, because sometimes data can be just as critical as in the worst way than, putting it to where you want it to be to get the message across. I do understand that, but I'm just looking so that we can actually stop putting our money where our mouth is in terms of the gap that we've been talking about since I've been in school.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Thank you.
Colonel Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what Mr. Smith said, and I just want to reinforce what our chair said of the academic committee, that this is just the start. This is the first shot at looking at the data, and we need to dig a lot deeper. We need to dig into the demographics, as you mentioned. We need to dig into the quality of the teachers that we have in each of our schools, that the quality is equally distributed. We need to look at the costs of each school and the cost per student. There's a whole lot of great data that we're going to get, but this is the start, and this took a lot of time and effort just to break this out, especially in the high schools and junior highs when you have multiple classes, people coming and going, the honors programs and so on. So we're not done with this by any means. And both the finance committee is going to be digging into some of this as well. So your point's well taken, but more is to come.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tribbender. Thank you, Mrs. Rubin.
We now have the legislative regional advocacy update. Dr. Watts.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Strivenger. So 2 weeks ago, Earl Campbell, Colonel Geyer, and I attended the South Carolina School Boards Association Regional Advocacy Meeting in Somerville. In each fall, the South Carolina School Boards Association holds 4 regional statewide meetings to discuss advocacy and the importance of our school boards having an influence in the state legislative process. Although South Carolina School Boards Association staff advocates education policy for the collective school boards in our state, their voice is only as strong as the relationships our school board members and school boards have with our local lawmakers, i.e. our local delegation. At the regional advocacy meeting in Somerville, we received a brief summary of the 2022 state legislation affecting education, and then the conversation focused on changing the legislative landscape by strengthening school board advocacy efforts with our lawmakers. Ideally, regular communication and interaction with our local legislative delegation will ultimately assist them in making well-informed decisions regarding education. I also believe, and brought this point out at the end of the meeting, that the South Carolina School Boards Association needs to hire a team of lobbyists to significantly strengthen our influence with state legislators. I don't think I've thought a lot about this, and I really don't think it's going to happen any other way than lobbyists. And so the public is aware that our Beaufort County School District and School Board does have a lobbyist advocating for, our special interests. But if we're going to advocate for the state as a whole, for the school boards collectively in the state, we need lobbyists, and we need multiple lobbyists. And I see President Devine over there, so please take that back. And I've already given that message to Scott Price and Debbie Elmore. So there's an advocacy toolkit for school board members on the South Carolina School Boards Association website, which is scsba.org. And I would just encourage our board members to look that over. It has very good ideas. It seems to be a little bit outdated because it talks about the National School Boards Association, which the South Carolina School Board Association is no longer a member. So I would suggest that when we have our next legislative committee meeting, that one of the topics, and Robin, would you please take this down, be on improving our legislative advocacy. What can we do as a board? And that was one of the questions we received at the end of the meeting 2 weeks ago. and, you know, how can we improve our relationship and advocacy with our legislative delegation? And I personally wrote there, I wish I knew. So would the other attendees, Mr. Campbell or Colonel Geyer, like to add anything? All right, thank you.
Okay,
That
thank you.
concludes the report, unless other board members want to ask questions.
Pardon?
I said that concludes my update on the meeting, but if any other board members want to ask questions about
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Superintendent's report, Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Scrivener. The first item on the superintendent's report is regards to Cognia under student achievement. And so Dr. Stratos and her team have been working with Cognia and attended a session in which they received information from Cognia. So I'm going to turn it over to them to provide an update.
Thank you once again, Chairman Stribinger and board members. This evening, I'll bring forward Mr. Nicholas Flowers, our Director for Teaching and Learning for Elementary. He's going to be our key driver in the process as we go through accreditation. Cognia is the organization with which we will be working with. They have 125 years of working with different school districts nationally. They are a launch pad for school improvement. Their work is based on research and evidence-based criteria. It is a process that will review policies and learning conditions. With that, I'll bring forward Mr. Flowers. He's going to take us through a brief introduction. Our training was about 2 weeks ago up in, was it Charlotte area? I believe we drove through Columbia to get to Charlotte. And with that, Mr. Flowers, sir.
Good evening. So we're going to be beginning our accreditation process this year of going through recertification. Cognia uses a continuous improvement model, which we continue to discuss. And so their model focuses on 3 phases there. So we're moving out of the progress phase where we're continually checking the progress as we go through. And as our accreditation is up in June of next year, we're now starting the self-assessment phase of reaccreditation. So within that phase is starting in partnership with Mrs. Walton and members of her team along with ISD. And we're looking at all the various pieces of data and aspects that we need to collect in order to make our case of the things that are happening to support our accreditation process there. So Cognia has, you can go to the next slide. So Cognia is built off of 30 standards. So we have to prove where our district is performing at for all 30 standards. They have made changes to how they do accreditation. So some of you that have worked this process before, they would bring a large team on site for multiple days. So they now are really shifting that heavy lifting to the district to do now. So we will do the self-assessment, we will do our audits and go through that entire process, and then they will bring in a smaller team just for a day, maybe 2 days is what they are targeting at this point, and reaffirm the work that has been happening. So the first set of standards deal with culture for learning, and they have divided their 30 standards into 4 key characteristics. So this one being the first one. And here they're really ensuring that the district is focused on our mission. We are engaging our stakeholders. Our stakeholders are being supported within our general culture and really honing in on meeting the needs of students, both academic and those needs that are not fully academic. And it's encompassing of 6 standards that have that primary characteristic here. The next characteristic is encompassing of 9 primary standards, and that is our leadership for learning. Here we're focusing on ensuring that communication is happening for learning of what's the vision that we're going to be encompassing, our task at hand, how are we modeling that and engaging of ensuring that we are achieving our results through that leadership aspect that we're trying to push towards. So it's blending the culture aspect, but taking on that leadership strand to it. The next group encompasses 8 standards of engagement for learning. Here we want to make sure that our students and our stakeholders are fully engaged in their learning process. They're helping take ownership of their learning. We have that broad agency thinking to ensure that we've got the processes in place for having learning happen that achieves the outcomes in which we are focused in on, and that our stakeholders are able to engage with confidence that the district is doing what needs to happen to achieve our end result of educating our students. And then the last characteristic deals in that growth and learning aspect. Here, we're focused on the achievement aspect, and it's really looking at, are our students getting to where we need them to be by the end? When they are going to graduate high school, have we done what we need to get them where they need to be successful citizens in life? And really looking at what are those skills and knowledge that we have set in a progression to get where we need to be. So what we'll do then is we will take all 30 standards under those 4 areas, and we will be having teams come together, and they will be building out a portfolio of evidence to be able to prove what it is that we are doing in each of the standards, and really honing in on where do we as a district rate ourselves, and then supporting that rating on all 30 standards. Another large piece to this is that it also requires 3 analyses to be performed. The first analysis is on student performance. So here for these 3 analyses, Mr. Fowler and I will be leading the charge to analyze the data, get the data, and tackle all those various pieces. So the first one's our student achievement data. What data do we have available to show the performance of students? And then doing that deep dive analysis, where the end result will be looking at developing a theory of action or multiple theories of action to continue to improve and grow the district over the next 5 years of our accreditation cycle. The second analysis is looking at stakeholder feedback. So we will be surveying students, teachers, and the community, and honing in then on those results of developing, again, a theory of action to be able to take our perception data and how do we take that to look at the general reality that we have in place. And then the third one would be learning observations. Here, it's really important to note that we are not doing observations of teachers. We are doing observations of the student learning. So when somebody goes into a classroom, they will be in there for 20 minutes to do an observation, and they're not focused on the teacher. They're focused on the learning and what the children are interacting with in their experiences. The final required pieces would be an executive summary. Here we're going to outline the history of the district, what the initiatives we have in place, what we're trying to head towards, but just really setting the stage for what makes Beaufort County, Beaufort County. And then we have to do overall reflections. So we'll look at all of our standards, all of our analysis, and we will write reflections over what do we see of our strengths, our weaknesses, various opportunities to bring everything together. And then finally, we'll look at assurances, because Cognia has specific assurances that we have to assure that we are complying with. And then if there are any that we do not feel that we are in full compliance with, they do require then that we have an action plan developed. So that way, over the course of the 5 years, we are bringing ourselves compliant or maintaining that high level of expectation there. And then lastly, when we think of the continuous improvement model, that's all of the self-assessment. As we shift then into the engagement review, this is where that more traditional team comes into play, that we will have what they call their engagement review team. We will work with their members then as they review our full portfolio of evidence, follow their very specific protocols of what they require to say that we're accredited. We're going to work through all of that, and then they will issue a report of where they find us, and then hopefully they find us that we are fully accredited, and then they will take it to their larger meeting that they have globally to issue our accreditation. So we are starting those initial phases. Right now, we have our action plan and timeline fully in place, and we are starting to develop our teams of bringing people together to break down our standards and to develop the portfolio, empowering those that are aspiring leaders, teachers, all of that to be a part of this process. So we are pulling together those teams now, working with Dr. Campbell to identify people that she's worked with to grow them as a form of PD also. And then we are starting the analysis of pulling what data do we want to use, and we're reviewing what surveys do we already put out. So we're not going to try to do additional surveys, but being very purposeful with what we're already doing to be able to try to replicate and use some of those things. So that is the process of where we are right now.
Colonel Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good briefing. It's a good start. I've been involved in a couple of accreditation processes, and I found them to be more top-down analysis rather than bottom-up analysis. I would be just, I know you're thinking about this, but I would like to know a little bit about your sample size, your instruments, and how you're going to gather the bottom-up piece to be able to get a picture of a very large, diverse student population, which demographically and everything is very, very spread out. How are you going to ensure you get a really good bottom-up analysis? And I know you can't get into specifics, but just generally how you do.
So of the larger 3 required analysis, the one being that looking in at the stakeholder feedback, making sure that we have a large enough sample size of encouraging our stakeholders to participate in that survey. So our thought being that if we can really hone in, if we are already administering surveys, can we focus in on them to try to make sure that we're getting enough people to participate in those surveys to be able to have that larger sample size of the people that are at those various levels of students, teachers, and the community. And then as we are beginning the standards, all 30 standards, we are forming committees that are made up of teachers at secondary, elementary. We're working to identify those assistant principals and everything that can assist there, but really getting ownership of those committees at this stage from, the boots on the ground, if you will, with having one district representative. So then that way, that initial body of work of what they unpacked and saw and collected will begin there. So it's not myself or that top-down approach saying, this is what I need from you. It's them starting with what they feel that we need to meet there.
Follow up, really watch your surveys, and you almost have to make it a mandatory response rather than who decides they want to respond, because generally you get both ends of the spectrum and you lose the middle part. And so, that's really the eaches that I just ask you to be careful in. Thank you.
Ms. Robine.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I have a question. I know our stakeholders, our parents, our students, our teachers, those are easy to capture. It's the community. Every day we sit here and we hear public comments, and our board policy doesn't allow us to respond to those comments. But it's clear to me that the community is often unaware of what we have going on in our schools and the practices that we have in place. So I think that we have to capture a way to get other than the SIC, the community members on the SICs, we have to find a way to broaden what the communities know. And I know we have all kinds of stuff on the website that they could access and find out, but that doesn't seem to hit as much as we need to be hit?
Yeah, I think a couple of things. One, some of the challenges, just as you may have heard tonight, right? Some of our public speakers, they don't have children in the schools, so we don't have a way necessarily to email or connect with them that way. But perhaps other media outlets and things like that maybe we can look at taking advantage of to showcase all the different components that we have in our schools. That would be maybe one way we can do that, to your point, right? I think the other thing, Colonel Gar, I think the value in surveys is inherent in the amount of participation in those surveys. But we're also required to have opt-out forms for surveys, right? So some surveys, some things that the state does has requirements that you have to do, and they place those on there, and that comes from the state. That's not from the district, right? However, I don't know where this would fall in terms of that. I would assume that has it. This one would probably have an opt-out form. But your point is great, right? Because the value in that information is as strong as the participation in that component.
Mrs. Trumagear, if I could just add to Mrs. Robine's point, when we did the listen and learn, we found we had close to 1,000 respondents from the community participating when I did the analysis and broke down the responses with working in communications. And we also have a software program that could actually keep live respondents to information and key questions. So we're going to be working at a few avenues to get the voice. It's important. I very much noted, ma'am.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
I would suggest to board members, and I've been saying this for a while, ever since I've been on the board, I work with my council member, and we have meetings every 2 to 3 months in different areas of the district. And he give his report on what's going on in the county, and I give my reports what's going on in the school and in the board. So maybe that'd be the best thing to do. Thank you.
Mr. Melcamp?
In terms of accreditation, is this a national template or is it just the state?
So Cognia, as you may also know, at Advanced Ed, they're a national organization. Yes, sir.
And when we get a report,
They're national and they're international too.
okay, well, when we get a report, let's say we get accredited, all the schools in the state, all the districts in the state use this?
So all the schools within our system do use this model. We'll be using this model. So our schools, this will be a district accreditation that'll be inclusive of each of our schools.
It's possible for some schools to get it and some schools to not get accreditation?
Mathematically, that's possible. Mathematically, that is possible.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, yes, sir. Mathematically, that would come up as an assurance for something for correction to be looked at as they're going through the process. But from visiting the schools, and I don't have a crystal ball in front of me, but mathematically, yes, that is possible, sir.
Well, I'm just trying to piggyback on Kathy says in terms of our public perspective, then we can get reports out from each school on how they fared with the accreditation process and where the strengths were and where the weaknesses were, if we wanted to publicize that, right?
So, and I'll let Mr. Flowers join in. So the process that we're utilizing is district-wide. There are other districts within the state that the schools do individual accreditation. So Beaufort County, actually, we're taking a district-wide approach. If we find in the process that schools are not meeting the standard, that would be a recommendation, let's say, for improvement within our language.
Okay, yeah. So, I looked at this and I saw the possibility for both kind of directives, and a district-wide approach would probably protect us in terms of accreditation. Now, it's not fine enough, though, for us to really look at it from perspectives that we need to look at in terms of the weaker points in the schools, Sharon. You know?
Yes, sir.
In other words, we can create that evidence portfolio that they mentioned so much by just finding the evidences that we do it. But we don't do it at every school. So, and that's, you know, something that we need to look at internally.
If we don't take a look at everything, then we're cheating ourselves out of the process. So yes.
Internally, I agree with you, but internally, you know, this is also one of those things I think a lot of people aren't aware of, right? But one of the things we do is instructional reviews internally ourselves, right? And in essence, you know, what Cognia is going to do is a larger, more global, district-wide review, and then more than just instructional. Now we have an instructional review process that we do at each of our schools that zeroes in on instructional part of it. Yeah.
No, I understand, and that's why they pull away from the internal, do it, look at it from an overview type thing. Yeah, okay.
Mr. Smith?
You know, in terms of a couple of things I've heard some of my colleagues said, you know, in terms to even Cognia, to this coming to this Cognia review, Cognia, from my understanding, do Cognia still sometimes pull board members that they can ask board members questions? Is that correct?
That was actually part of the process under Advanced Ed. There was a board member self-evaluation and a survey conducted. I don't believe we're going to be utilizing that in the current. Yeah, it hasn't been shared and is not part of their Elliott survey. It is not a directive within one of any of the 30 goals that are identified. So now the prior process, Mr. Smith, you're right on point. There were a significant amount of surveys that were utilized, and one of them was for board members and a self-evaluation, a survey of the board and a self-evaluation of the board. Advanced said that model doesn't exist at this time.
Okay, and the reason why I bring that up is because, you know, like I said, a couple of colleagues have brought up a couple great points, and you know, I too have been fighting this board on one of those points in terms of community relationships, in terms of, and I hate to bring stuff about having meetings in communities in school buildings where taxpayers are paying money, and that is about relationships. And at the top, we have to understand as a board, we also have to drive the importance of having good relationships with community people, with community members, whether they're parents, whether they're grandparents, because they're all taxpayers. And so at times we have to go out as board members and get their input and see how they feel in the pulse of them, which I am very instrumental. I am very involved in my community. My community will not let me sit aside and not be. But, you know, that is one thing that I've been trying to stress to this board. And when you come to something like a Cognia, if that was, then some of us, you know, they expect us to know things that we may not know, that it would be of the importance to know. So I say that to say that it starts at the top of the board. We can expect for staff to do it, but we too have to jump in, and we have to kill this thing where sometimes it's staff versus board, or, you know, board versus, you know, and then we all have to be on the same accord and on the same sheet of music. And that's what's going to help us close the achievement gap. And that's what's going to help us not worry when we have things like this right here, because it affects everyone. Thank you.
Can I ask, is this a state requirement? Okay, I just want to make that clear to everyone. This is a state requirement that we do this. Okay.
And if we did not go through Cognia, we would go through a completely different process that was specific to South Carolina. Right. So it keeps it's just better for us to go through the Cognia route versus doing South Carolina specific. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, on the superintendent's report under other matters is the Community Project Review Committee. And as we discussed at the work session, the timeline that we're looking at as we move through in preparation for a potential another referendum, that requires us to get get the ball rolling in certain areas. And so the Community Project Review Committee that we had in place or that was utilized last time is one that we're going to have in place again this time. And I mentioned this to you, I have it on the agenda today because part of that process, board members recommended 2 individuals to each board member recommended 2 individuals to serve on that committee. And so I'm asking that you do that again and that you let me know who those 2 individuals are. And I would love to know as soon as possible. So that's my request this evening.
What's your deadline? A week, 2 weeks?
1 week.
1 week, okay. Because as soon as possible means different things to different people.
You are absolutely correct. Yes, I have 2 children, and as soon as possible means 2 different things to each of them.
Yeah.
That's right.
So yes.
Ms. Boatright?
What is the commitment? Because I wasn't on the board when the last one. Is it like weekly meetings, monthly meetings? I know they did.
They met quite frequently. I believe it was weekly. Mr. Otting, do you want to clarify that? But it was weekly, wasn't it?
Because I'm going to get asked.
It was weekly. It was a weekly. Yes, they're going to ask you that. Yes.
Weekly meetings, couple hours a time for 3 months. Okay. That's a ballpark.
3 to 4.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Smith?
I do hear what you're saying and what you're asking for, but I just do have a concern too with January, with us being about to possibly seat new members on the board. Then how would that if they come in and they want to add people, then how would that work out with this in turn as well?
Well, let's see how it shakes out in January. I mean, honestly, I think that we need to get the ball rolling. I can't wait till January in terms of this timeline, because this committee has a lot of work to do once they come together. So we need to get the ball rolling with this committee. So my request is that you provide 2 members. I mean, at the end of the day, those members are representing they're your constituents, right? They're all constituents in the county, and so they're representing the work and the voice of the community as well, right? So I would say we need to get the ball rolling, and I think we need to start by establishing this committee, and we cannot wait till January to do it. So we need to do it now.
Okay, and that's the first question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a good question.
Yes, sir. And the second question is, in establishing this committee, my question is along the lines are, once we establish this committee, are we saying that we have acknowledged that we are coming up with a bond referendum? And is that what we're saying? Because in doing that, to me, that is exactly what we're saying, that we have already said that we are coming up with a bond referendum.
No, that is not what we're saying, because ultimately the board will have to vote to move forward with any recommendation regarding a referendum. And so this is essentially the beginning stages of a process that would identify the specific needs and then would package those needs for then the board to determine whether they want to move forward or not based on that information. And so the recommendations of individuals to serve on that committee from the board will be part of the committee. The other part of the committee comes from clusters. There's 5 clusters, and last time would be the same thing. There would be some recommendations on the committee of individuals that are also appointed, but ultimately it'll follow the same format as last time. And you remember at the end of that, the board made a decision, I believe it was in June of 2019, to determine we go forward or we don't go forward. So that decision, it would be on the board's hands when the work of the committee and recommendations are made. Work of the committee is done, and then recommendations are made.
Right. and I just want to be clearly to understand exactly where we're going at with this. So can you just tell me, like, what does that process look like? What is that?
Yeah, sure. At that September 9th workshop, I shared with the board the process, but essentially, we're looking at forming a community project review committee right now. That committee is going to meet between now and February, between sometime in October and February when they're able to come together for the first time. Then in March, there'll be a report of the findings of the Community Project Review Committee. Then around April or May, the board will review those recommendations. Around May or June, the board would work with bond counsel typically, okay, and then a decision. The board would make a decision in order to move forward or not, and then sometime around between July or November, then we have to go around the county like we did last time, sharing with everybody at different meetings what that referendum is all about. And then that would culminate in November with a vote if the board moves. Thank you. Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Okay, thank you. So you need 2 names from constituents. This was a point last time. They should be constituents in your district.
In your district.
That would really be helpful.
Yes.
Last time we had people nominate folks from other districts and
yeah,
that kind of defeated the purpose.
In your district.
Right.
2.
We're trying to get a broad
2 constituents
spectrum of everyone.
in in 2 constituents from each of your districts.
Okay. By next Tuesday.
Tuesday. Yeah.
10/11.
Thank you.
All right. I want to emphasize that. If it comes in after 2/11 or 10/11, rather, you're going to ignore it, right? Because you need it by 10/11.
By 10/11.
All right. Just want to make sure there's no confusion. All right. Board business action. We have the update on City of Beaufort's annexation of Robert Smalls Academy. We had a couple of issues that we were going to look into. I believe one of them was permitting.
Thank you, sir. I did look into the issue of permitting and talked with the county stormwater department. The county stormwater permit will stay in place, although after the transition, the state inspectors would take over. So the county would no longer inspect the job. The state would then take over inspection purposes. So, but the permit itself would not change. And so we'd stay with the county's permit requirements. So that answered to me the question of what happens if this occurs in the middle of the project.
So that's not an issue.
In my mind, that is not an issue.
That's not an issue.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The other issue that we need to work out, because I know the mayor is sitting back here, is the SRO coverage. That was another issue that.
So I received an informational email today that they are committed to providing an SRO, and that they would work to hire somebody that would be available. So that may take some time, but in that transition, we can look at and work with the sheriff's office so that we don't have a lapse of coverage.
So our next step is, what is our next step? I think we have to request annexation. Sure. Now you're speaking as the mayor, not as a citizen.
I am. Well, I try not to pull rank when I come to other people's meetings and always file for public comment. Although you're certainly welcome to pull rank if you ever come to one of my council meetings, because I like having other elected officials in chambers. My understanding is it takes 1 vote of the school board to essentially petition the city, because as I said earlier, South Carolina state law favors the property owner. And so with the exception of one process by which we can force annex somebody, it requires a property owner to petition the city. And then it would require a public hearing and 2 public readings at City Hall to actually bring you into the city. And so citizens would have an opportunity to come to those meetings. My police chief is the one who sent over the email to the superintendent today. Spoke with him this morning and the city manager. They have a great relationship with Sheriff Tanner. And so we would make sure that there's no lapse in coverage, and that there is a school resource officer there, because we know how important safety and security is at all of our schools. And I will also say, there is no urgency on this. This is just something that's a priority of the cities and our strategic plan of working within the growth boundaries. And so we can work on timing too. So if you wanted to have a motion with some kind of contingent timing, happy to sit down with staff, or have my staff sit down with your staff to try to figure out how we move that forward.
Yeah, I would like to see us have a plan before we do that, before we make the motion, so that we all know what the steps are when we would anticipate doing that. So there's no issues. So this is smooth and people clap because we did it. So that would be that's something that you could do.
Yes, I will connect with, I'm sorry, did you want to go? Or you want me to finish? Okay. I will connect with Mr. Prokop.
Mr. Prokop, please.
And we will begin a coordination, information gathering on how that plan would work out. And then we can bring that back to the board.
Okay. Ms. Fitridge?
Thank you. Just a quick question, Mayor, just when you were doing public comment, you mentioned something like about the neighbors, like around Robert Smalls. So since they would be contiguous to, if Robert Smalls became city, it would not affect the neighbors unless they wanted it to.
Yes.
Is that what you said? Can you just
Yes, ma'am.
expound on that just a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. So the way it works is the property owner petitions the city. Our staff goes through a whole checklist of things to say that we can offer services, that it is contiguous, that it's within the growth boundaries. And so when they come to City Hall with a public hearing, they go through all those list of conditions that we can provide services. Public has an opportunity in that hearing and then those 2 subsequent readings to be heard. But when the city annexes, nothing's really going to change for those neighbors. We've actually had several of the neighbors reach out and ask for annexation. And so that's one of the issues that I explained in public comment, is that we do have neighbors who would like to annex in, but because there's not continuity, they are unable to do that right now. So by the school coming in, then that would allow some of the neighbors to petition to come in, and it would have to go through that same public process.
In doing this, I am concerned that we should also go out to the community, because this is a change in the community. And also, one of my concerns is as well is that at Battle Creek High School, you have a sheriff officer, and then right about not even within 5 miles or not within a mile, you will have a Beaufort City officer, and those officers work congruent with each other. So I feel that we're now separating. That you're basically you're separating 2 officers who would normally have each other's back and would communicate, and that they would normally go to each other's school. Sometimes they'll leave 5 minutes and just go check out the kids at the middle school. Now you're kind of changing that relationship up and the makeup of that. And so I do at this time, from being in, I do have some concerns with that, with changing the SR and changing of the SROs, and there's also getting the community involved, because before I would vote on something like this, right, I would want to think that we would want to see what the constituents in that area would think, because to us this could be one thing where we're just changing school over and that's that. No, it could be other things as well. And also, once we put that school in that area, then we give that area some type of authority over that area, over that school, and some things adjacent to that school as well. So I think it's bigger than just us making that decision. So I definitely would like to know what the constituents from that area would think as well moving forward in this process. I would definitely want to put that out there.
Yeah, Mr. Smith, I absolutely agree with you. you know my work at the city. We're very transparent. We like to engage the community. I enjoyed the conversation earlier about how you can engage a wider swath of community stakeholders. I don't think we can ever do enough to reach out to the community, Mrs. Robine. Although I will say I think your communications team does a remarkable job. Whoever your video guy is, you should give him a raise. I really enjoy those, and the press releases are very well done and concise. And so I sort of wear two hats, right? I get all of the district's communications, and I read those, and then I get school communications as a parent. So I think I could make an informed opinion both ways. I think you do a great job. We can always do better. But absolutely, I would say that this is the second public discussion that you've had about the issue. If you decided to bring it forward and we can work through the terms, there would be a third public opportunity for folks to come into the school board to let their opinion be heard. And then from the city standpoint, there would also be four, because it has to go to our Metropolitan Planning Commission as well. So there would be 4 public stops at the city for folks to come in and talk about their concerns and objections. So there'd be 7 public opportunities before the school would be able to annex in. I'll also say that our chief and the sheriff get along extraordinarily well. And when it comes to first responders, we don't get into turf battles, right? If folks need assistance or folks need help, whether it's a fire department or law enforcement, those folks look out for one another. And I don't expect there would be any issues with folks not looking out for each other, covering folks back. But you're right to bring the concern up.
Yeah, and I understand. And no disrespect, it's just even though y'all will have those hearings, as in this body and this board making that decision.
Yes,
I think we need to hear from our constituents before we vote on it. I would like to hear them.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I understand you said there are other benches where they were here, but in this body at this junction from this desk, I'd like to hear people.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Again, thank you for your service.
The next is a discussion regarding executive session folders, and I'll just tee this up, and it's we go over material in executive session, we come out and we vote on things. And the question is, once we have taken a public vote, what is publicly available out of those executive session folders? So we just want to get some clarity on that. I believe, Mr. Smith, that is the issue.
Yes, that is since you teed it up, yes, that is some of the issue, but also the issue. Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah, we start with there. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. All right, that's what we have on the agenda. Can we get some clarity on exactly what? Because I will point out to the public that the things that we go over here are all available to the public once we're out here in public session, like, all these statistics we're talking about, and you can get out there and view them on board docs.
Okay. Yes, sir. So when Mr. Otting brings construction contract amendments to the board, as soon as you approve them, those are public documents. He often has amendments to much of the work that's being done with the referendum projects. So those are public information if anybody wants those. When we have a contract that we're proposing and negotiating, it becomes available to the public after the board approves it and it's signed. It's available to the public. Our personnel ratification reports available to the public after you all approve it, with the exception if there is a educator who's been recommended for termination and they request a hearing, then that information is not public until after the hearing. Although the educator does have the authority, if he wants or she wants to, they can ask to have a public hearing. It's up to the particular educator. Things that aren't available by laws, we're not allowed to talk about security devices, those types of things. We're not allowed to, under FERPA, we don't give out student information. For example, with the adult ed, we have student information in there and names, and that's private. They have the right to privacy. So those are all available.
Okay. I would ask a question. Because we do post this information out on our website, do we not?
I don't know everything that
It
is,
can be public.
that is, I don't
Is that
know
true?
everything that's posted because we've been redoing the web.
Talking about the items on board docs?
It's on board docs.
Is that what you're talking about? No.
Just available to the public. I'm just asking, when is the information that is not executive, protected in executive session? When is that available to the public? And my understanding is it's rather quickly, and I just wanted to establish that.
So she's saying that it's available for anybody who wants it after the board has approved it or taken action approving.
How would they access it? Because it's not on board docs, is it?
So,
and like the HR report, we put that out. We redact some things and then we make it available to the public, right? I'm just trying to establish for the public.
Well, for
that
example,
you have
yeah.
access to this information.
When there's a contract with procurement after the protest period, after the contract signed, I know that Kaylee posts all the contracts up under finance. That type of thing is done. So.
All right, question.
Yeah, I see where you're getting at, but my point as a board member, understanding that and been elected to that position, she basically said possibly majority of the things that are possibly in that folder, once it's been voted on, one or two may basically not be public information. Will not be public information. So I remember us having this conversation a couple years ago about the riffraff about executive session information once it's voted on, and my point to that is that what she just answered the stuff that I and other board members a couple board members been saying for years, and for us to for less than what she brought up, to have someone just chase me out the door for that folder is just it's not good. I mean, because that information as board members is no. I don't see a problem with board members having that ready if and that information has not been put up. If that's the case, then tonight the information that we voted on, can someone go to the screen and show us that it's readily available for people to look at it? I mean, if we really, what we're saying is that the information, once we approve it, it goes up immediately. Then is it up now? I mean, because that is, when we say immediately, then that's immediately. Or if we're going to say maybe 1 or 2 days, then let's be frank and say 1 or 2 days or the next day. But let's not insult intelligence and try to diminish what the point of this was being brought out is why the question was asked. I mean, I just want to be frank, because this has been an ongoing issue about executive session information, and some of this information is public. And as a board member, if I want to have it at my expense, remember who was on what list, I should be able to have access to that, and not have to just have to come in and look at it, and I have to go to people to do that. So that's my point. I mean, and I just want to understand it and to make sure that we're all on the same page here. Because from what she said was my interpretation, but I just want to get it clear and clear understanding what she basically said that tonight. So hopefully we can come up with a format now of how we will, what we will do with this information once it's voted upon for board members. Thank you.
So I don't know, Mr. Stribinger, members of the board, how the board would like to proceed with that type of information that becomes public at the end of the board meeting. I don't know whether the board wishes to direct the staff to publish immediately what has been made public. For example, with Mr. Otting, when we discuss an amendment to a construction contract, I don't know if you want those materials posted after that. I don't know what your directive is. So I don't post things, but I don't, whatever, the board will have to decide how they want to direct that.
Yeah, I think we just want to be legal and we're just trying to figure out how to do that.
Well, once a contract signed, it is a public document.
Once the contract is signed, it's
You know, Miss Kaylee Yinger posts those on the finance website. They're posted up there.
that's why.
But I don't know if you want, but I don't know if you want things posted, you know, like on a board website or, you know, I don't know if you, like in our board docs, we have all those documents that are available for the public to see. They're all out there. Everything we discussed tonight, it's out there. It's on the internet. It's for everybody to see what we discussed in public session. So I don't know how you all want to proceed moving forward. After you approve an amendment to a contract, is that something the board wants to have posted on its website in a board docs kind of thing? I don't know what you all would like to do.
It seems like that's what we should do, but that's just my opinion. Ms. Robine?
So, a question, after we approve an amendment, does it have to be signed prior to it becoming a public document?
Yeah, we want to, when it's signed by both parties, then it's a public document.
So just because we've approved it, it is not a public document yet.
Until it's signed, just
Until
like,
it's signed. So those things that are in that folder are not public right away because they haven't been signed. My other question is, prior to executive session, board members now have the opportunity, which we didn't have when the majority of us first came on the board, to look at the executive session materials prior to getting into executive session. And there were constraints put on that we couldn't take them out of the building, that security things basically, because they're executive session documents. So prior to, before, we never got those documents until we walked into executive session. So that wasn't a concern. But we decided as a board to get them earlier so we would have more time to digest them and review them. But there were some boundaries put in that they had to stay in the room with them or that type of thing. I just want to make that, that's my understanding. If any of the board members here tell me that's wrong, then let's correct it because that's my understanding.
Dr. Watts, did you have your hand?
Yes. So I know, once we approve our meeting minutes for that particular meeting, Robin also will have, for example, where we have the motion about the personal ratification report, for example, she puts the link so people look at the meeting minutes once they're approved and signed. That link is right. The link to the personnel ratification reports that is released to the public, which has to be redacted, as was discussed previously here tonight, is right there. So it's real easy. And the same thing could happen with the other documents. There could just be a link to once that contract for, let's say, the construction amendment has the signatures and is posted under finance, there could be a link on the approved board meeting minutes. So the public would have an easy way to, okay, this is the meeting I went to. I heard about the board voted and approved this construction amendment, and they'll get a link where they can go see that amendment, that actual contract if they would like to. But it can't be instant like was already brought out because there have to be the signatures obtained before it can be posted. So it seems like it would be an easy way to do that. I don't, is just have the links connecting the information for the public and just make it easier for people to go to something that they were particularly interested in.
Ms. Borak.
I'm going to take this topic off the back end to the front end. Part of the thing for me is it's sometimes difficult to get here early to review the documents. And when we get sometimes like 8 amendments, I mean, we can either establish a thing that we're just going to cursorily with a cursory.
You're being recorded.
I know.
A cursory review.
Anyways, give a cursory look. There you go.
at them and just sort of approve them. But, I like to come in and look them over. It's millions of dollars. I think it's hard, especially as someone who works and lives an hour away. I don't know why. I'd like to just throw it out here. There are all kinds of apps and programs that will allow secure and audited viewing, that we could have these documents the day before. Whoever opens them, it would record that. We can watermark them with digital watermarks. Like, this thing that we have to be physically on premise is stressful for me. And there's other solutions, technology solutions.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Fitridge.
Ingrid, I think you have a point there. And the way I see this is this has definitely evolved. As Ms. Robine first mentioned, when most of us came on the board, 6 of us at one time, right? 4 years ago, it was right there in executive session. That's the first time you saw it. And that was a concern. Now it has evolved where we come in a little bit earlier and we can have it. And so, Ms. Robine, to your question, it has been our practice and absolutely my thought process that yes, the folders do have to stay within a confined space because it is confidential information until such time that it is not. So yes, that has been our practice, and that has been what most we have adhered to, is that those folders are viewed prior in a confined space.
I will point out to everyone that the board has liability for not having certain things leak out, so to speak, of executive session before their time. So we are very, very serious about protecting the confidentiality. This has been an issue for years. Sometimes things have gotten out into the public which shouldn't have, and so we're highly sensitive to that because we do have liability. We can be sued if we put out contract information prematurely. So this is a significant issue that we need to focus on. What I would suggest is maybe getting back to the point of this, could we just get a list of things? These are the things we go over in executive session. This is when they're available to the public, because the board should be happy to be part of the public, and we can see it when the public sees it. If we could just get a list, I think that would help, at least help us focus on things. And that if we have a problem with the list, we can talk about real specifics. Ms. Boatwright?
I know, but then you said that and I forgot. I forgot what I was going to say. Come back to me. Circle back around. Blew out of my head.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to say this, but no, I don't hate to say it. We are elected by our constituents. And I don't make no excuses since I've been on this board. If I need to get some information, I will call Robin or Marley and get that information. And the reason why we have had some issues because board members was giving out information before the rest of the board knew about it. And that was the reason. Your responsibility as a board member, if the documents are here, you come here and look at them. Simple as that. You were elected. That's one of your responsibilities as a board member. Now I realize you have a job, but you also have a responsibility as a board member to make sure you know what is going on. And I understand a lot of us, I don't have a job, but if I did have a job, I would take the time to find out what is going on, come to the district and get the information. And once we get the information, then you go from there. Now, as far as the public, if they want to find out something about a thing that we vote on, then they can request it from the district. Because a lot of this stuff you cannot put on the internet, period. And I think most of us have been on the board long enough to know how the operation of this goes, how it goes. And if you don't, then I'm going to say this, you don't need to be here, period.
Yes, Ms. Boatwright.
I understand that this is the way that things have been done, multi-billion-dollar deals, which are under SEC confidentiality, use these programs. The fact that we are still using paper in 2022 does not speak well for us. I don't think we put these documents on the internet. I think we put them in a secure document vault, which is what most boards do. Most boards are not coming in 45 minutes in advance and furiously going through $1 million amendments. Most boards, because there's whatever reason, however this board's been run in the past, and I'm not saying we have to do that, but I don't think we have to physically be on premise with a paper document sitting here in order to fulfill our responsibilities. And I would like to throw out, maybe have the technology department look at it. When you have a document on one of these secure vaults, I just want people to understand, it creates an audit. Every time that document is looked at, it's recorded. It's watermarked. It's secure. You have a password. This is not me saying, let's throw the documents out on the internet so that I don't have to take time off of work to do my responsibility as a board member. I'm saying, let's do work smarter. Let's do this in a way we're talking about. Sometimes, I mean, here we only had like 4 sheets of paper. That was no problem. But I have come in when we've had executive sessions this thick and people are coming in and you're talking to people and you're trying to go through this stuff. And I can either say, well, look, I've got an hour and I can sort through all these documents and give my best guess when I'm approving these things, but I don't see why we can't have them earlier. I'm not making a motion to that. I'm just saying, I think we should at least investigate some of these plans because that's how most of the world works now.
Okay, I don't really think that's the topic we're discussing, but that's an agenda topic for the future. Yes, ma'am. I know. I know. I'm just trying to keep us focused. That is probably a future agenda topic we could deal with to try to come into the 21st century. Because it's been 20 years, we probably should catch up. Because there's several issues about that, right? There's the timeliness of getting the amendments. Well, we've been over that. We don't get enough time, regardless of the technology, bringing the amendment up and saying it has to pass within 3 days. It's not acceptable. We've talked about that. So it's an agenda item we should deal with in its entirety, I think. Yes, Mr. Smith.
As well, just to even go back to the amendment issue, as a board member, we may have 8 amendments we change in one day we go back over. Now, if I have those amendments and my file and those old amendments that are public information documents, then if I have them, then it's easier to go back and wherever I have them secured at my house once they're public documents, because that's why I will have them to say, hey, look, I went back over this amendment. I didn't see this or this is what I understand. And this amendment is, but to have to wait and have to ask once a new amendment is brought to you, then you don't have anything. Sometimes you don't have that old amendment to compare it to. So it's easier if you have it to be able to do that. So there are several reasons as well, just to speak to that one right there of why once it's public, it's no harm, and if it's a public document for you to have as a board member, for you to be able to read it or say, well, you know what, let me read back over, because I know we're going back over this or some changes has been made. The changes that were made they were nowhere close to the previous changes that were originally bought. So all that brings truth to this process. And in turn of that, I'll leave that there. But maybe in the future, Mrs. Borat, maybe the technology committee can look into that.
All right. I will point out, you always have the option to abstain if you don't feel that you have enough information, and if enough board members abstain, it doesn't pass. It's kind of the check and balance we have. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You will make up a list.
Yes.
That's the action.
Yes.
All right.
Clarify the list of what type of list. So
were you not listening?
No. You said you're going to bring make a list. And hold on. Don't insult my intelligence. When you said you're going to bring a list, I'm asking what type of list, because we currently don't have a list. So are you adding something to the executive session process? That's because I don't want to walk in there and then there's something changed, or there's a list now. I want to know exactly what I'm walking into. So no, it's not what's the process when you add the list from what we're doing now to what we will be currently doing. That's what my question is. Point blank period.
Mr. Smith, you're not walking into anything. I asked for a list of to clarify what is and is not public information after executive session.
Thank you.
It's a pretty clear list. I thought I made that clear when I spoke. And I wasn't insulting your intelligence. I was just pointing out your misunderstanding. Side comments need to stop, Mr. Smith. You know, no one else does that. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. So, you know, Right, the next item is the item we pulled off the consent agenda. September 2022 board meeting minutes.
Yeah, I asked them to be pulled off because I read through them and they were excellent as always. But I had one thing that caught my attention. I'm going to tell you a little funny story to kind of break the tension. So my daughter's teaching in Japan. She's teaching English. And it's actually interesting because she has to report to the Board of Education there. And some of the different habits that they have in Japan is that actually they don't hire custodians. The students clean the school at the end of the day, which I don't think would fly here. But she was talking to them in English, and they're a very formal, very polite, very respectful society. And they asked her, "Why do you keep doing this?" The air quotes. And she said, "Well, because I'm a sarcastic person." Well, she didn't know the Japanese word for sarcasm. So she Google translates, it pops up, and she said, I don't know how to say it. She said, in Japanese, and they visibly gasped and jumped back. Because apparently sarcasm in this culture is so offensive that it's worse than, any kind of bad word that we could say in this school district. So doing this air quotes. So what I noticed on these minutes is there were a couple places where we put words in quotes on public comments. And I am not making a political comment. I'm not taking a side. I just felt really uncomfortable when I should have shut my computer, but they said that one of the public comments called in because her husband felt like he was a troublemaker. And there was another comment where someone called in and said that they spoke about woke curriculum. I don't think we should Robert's rules is very clear about public comments. They actually don't recommend recording public comments, but if you're going to, you just put the person's name and at the most, just like one word about what they talked about, one thing. So what bothers me is I think we've got a lot of public comments heading our way over the next year. I think people have a lot that they want to say to us. And I think that we need to record that without putting things in quotations, because then I feel like when I'm approving the meeting minutes, I'm approving a particular take on an issue. So I wanted to bring that up, that I would vote no on these minutes with the quotation marks. And I think that's a bad policy going forward. The end.
Yeah, I agree with you. Do we want to make a motion to eliminate those to eliminate quote marks from, you don't think that's necessary?
I think we could just have a list of people who spoke public comments without necessarily.
But it's different from what we're doing now.
I'd be happy to make that motion if you think that would be helpful.
I think that would add clarity.
You know how much I love to make a motion. I'm so good at it. Here we go. So I move that the Board of Education meeting minutes do not include description of public comment, but only the names of those who speak.
Mr. Smith, second?
Oh, no.
No. Kathy Robine, seconds?
Only the names.
We don't even know what people say. Come on, we don't know what people say in public comment.
Ma'am, you have to fill out a public comment card, please.
I did.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. This is you? All right.
I move that the Board of Education meeting minutes only list the names of the people who speak and not the topics on which they speak. It's going to get too political.
Okay, that's your motion. Ms. Robine, second. Now, discussion, Mr. Smith?
I'm hesitant to support that because of the fact that if I'm looking up a board meeting and if I'm looking up something that dog cat spoke about, and I want to hear the information of it, or the validity of it, then now I cannot do that because I'll have to go look up every meeting that dog cat spoke at. But I can just look up within the date, and really I believe that we've already edited how we've done this one time. So I think this should really be tabled to a work session, because this is a movement of acting off spectrum of emotions. I think there's more into this that we need to digest. So I really can't even. I definitely can't support it, and I'm really would prefer to even to table this to a work session or something, because making a coming in and making a vote off of this tonight is probably not what I'm in support of, because it takes a little more thought and to think about what we're doing. Because in terms of that, like I said, if I want to see what Dog Catcher was talking about last month, Dog Catcher could have spoke at 2 or 3 meetings. So now I have to go to 2 or 3 meetings and see. But if Dog Catcher was speaking about academics, then I could see Dog Catcher spoke about academics. Then I could go to the August 1st meeting. Then so that's a little. I think that's a little.
Can I respond? So what I'll say about that is Robert's rules is clear that minute meetings are separate. We have full transcripts of all of our meetings as well as recordings posted on both the county channel and YouTube. So there's no difficulty in finding out what people are saying. What worries me about putting the topic and putting quotation marks around it or putting descriptors in it is that people can interpret the topic differently. So Robert's rule says what is done and not what is said. It is supposed to be action focused. So what I think we should have in there is who spoke, but you're not supposed to talk about what was said or have any discussion.
Well, if they feel that passionate about it, then don't speak. Because the fact that it's almost like you're saying, well, with all these jobs of looking up at different things, and if I may Google your name and something may come up and you may spoke about the CRT, God forbid, then you might not want your boss to know about that. That's more along those lines. When you speak about things, you speak about it because you have passion, or obviously something that came to your attention. So I feel that that's really taken. Better yet, I make a motion that we table this conversation. To be honest with you, that we table this to a work session. I don't think tonight's just the time to. I think that this needs to be digested. So I make a motion that we table. If I can get a second.
He seconded.
Mr. Campbell, Mel Campbell seconds. Any further discussion? I will point out that our meetings are recorded and the public comments are recorded, and you can get them in their actual form instead of us interpreting them through the minutes. So that is available.
I personally take notes, so I know what every person said, what topic they addressed at public comments. And if I needed to go back, I could look at that. But really what's most accurate is the watching the video, to go back and re-listen. I do think that it makes sense to me just to list the person's names to be in consort with Robert's rules.
Smith.
And just to respond to that, I do understand that. I mean, Robert rules are no different from, as sometimes the board have said in the past that we have board rules, or we have board we have board rules but those board rules are not state laws. So I mean, basically, better yet, the exact word is we have our board rules that are guidelines. So the Robert rules are guidelines, and that is just like a guideline that we can keep. Or we can remove, but I kind of feel that it's different than I get your point about going back and hearing the audio. Yeah, that's great. But if you don't know what you're meeting, and you're not one of us who's sitting up here who wrote down what Dog and Cat said, then you have to go and watch every video to find that one in particular that Dog and Cat was talking about, the educational component, or Dog and Cat was talking about the sports. But if it's there entitled sports, then Dog and Cat talk about sports on the 21st. So that doesn't change my point. That's the point of me definitely not supporting that.
Can we put that motion up?
The table.
I thought it was a postponed to work session. Well, tabling is inappropriate. Tabling means that you're going to deal with it at the first opportunity. And postponing is correct. You wanted to postpone to a work session.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's put that motion up and vote on it.
Motion to postpone to a work session.
Or the person's name who's speaking. John Brown spoke. That's just not good enough for minutes of a meeting where the public made comments. At least have the topic on what the person spoke on. It can be 1 word, 2 words, but doesn't have to get into the finer detail of the threat. But I do believe that it has.
But which 1 or 2, 3 words?
The motion we need to do is postponing this discussion until the work session. That's what we need to deal with right now. Okay. And then we'll go back to the original motion. Okay. All those in favor? Mr. Mel Campbell.
Middleton, aye.
William Smith, Earl Campbell, Middleton, aye.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, all those opposed? Vote right, Dr. Watts, Kathy Robine, myself, Colonel Geyer.
Yeah.
5-5, it fails. Now we go back to the original motion. Okay, we have the original motion up. I think that should be the name of the public commenter.
It's only the names of the public comment.
Dr. Watts.
Thank you, Chairman Stribinger. I see an issue. I think I will support this. And the reason I'm supporting it is not to keep information from the public, but the summary of what somebody says is not always accurate. And part of that is not because who's preparing the summary is not doing it properly. A lot of times the public commenter will speak about multiple topics, not just a single topic, not just the topic they put on their card. And the other So I, like Kathy Robine, have what each person spoke about tonight summarized. But I think in fairness to all the public commenters, I think I will support this because we know who their names are. And then if somebody wants more information, they can take notes or they can go listen to the video. We have a video to review. So I will support this motion. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Middleton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to abstain from this vote because I want to look at Robert's rules. And then I think that there should be some type of identification of the topic that the public commenters have spoken about. Even if it's 3 topics, list just the 3 topics. Talked about books in the library, talked about school building maintenance. So I'm going to abstain from this vote.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fidrich?
I think Ms. Boatwright brings up a great point about the quotation marks. I truly do. And I understand about what you're telling us about Robert rules. I don't know that aspect of it. But I'm going to vote no for this because I voted to postpone it anyway to be able to research it a little bit more. I think I'm so glad you brought it up. It's a really good thing to bring up, but I'm going to vote no because for that reason.
Dr. Watts?
No, first.
Yeah, I agree that the quotations have to be avoided. I don't think we are slanted, and I think for a fact we asked to list the topic on our sheets. We asked what the speaking is going to be about. I don't see why that wouldn't be in the minutes, what they spoke about. Now, the flavor of that, I don't care to have that. I don't need to have that, but anyone who looks at the minutes afterwards ought to be able to have an idea of the trend of the public. You know, what the public feels is important, what they feel is not important. And if they're speaking about books in school library over and over and over, then that ought to resonate to us strictly from the minutes. Anybody who review those minutes 20 years from now ought to be able to do that and not go to films looking for that particular video.
Ms. Robine?
I think a perfect solution, Mel, would be to take what they wrote on their cards, but I'm here to tell you, people often don't stick to the topics they've written on the cards. So that, you know, they could write something on their I've been here sitting in this chair and I've seen it happen where I get the card and they stand up there. They don't even, it's not even touched what they wrote on the card. So that's the only problem that I see. I think, it sounds like a good solution, but in reality, it's not as accurate as we would want it to be.
I was getting into those 2 minutes of being said. And my mind, if they were the God, what they're speaking on, and the thing spoken at different, phase in terms of how you interpret what was being said. You would say they didn't speak on the topic at all. They didn't speak on around the circle, thinking on the topic that they mentioned. So you can't criticize that because you don't want that. But you said what this vote is about. You don't want their comment.
Absolutely. I agree.
So you just have to pull in what's official. That's what you ask for. That's what I look at.
So just to respond to Mr. Campbell's thing, I'm not particularly opposed to having the topic. I think it's very difficult to divorce the topic from the perception of what was said. And that's where I get concerned. And we can say that, 10 people spoke and they spoke about library books. Well, we don't know if they were for or against it, and if they spoke about other topics and we put down that they spoke about library books, they're like, that had nothing to do with library books. I was talking about CRT, or I was talking about something else. It is a judgment call as to how we interpret their 3-minute speech. And what I saw in the last set of minutes, and it has nothing to do with anybody, but that it could be interpreted as a judgment call. And that's why Robert's rules, which I don't know if Colonel Guy was frantically popping through there, really wants people in the official minutes to stay away from what was said.
Yeah, action item.
Right. I mean, that's the fundamental of Robert's rules. Mr. Smith?
As was stated, I too, well, first and foremost, let me start by saying this. This will be the second change that we've done to the agenda this far. So, in terms of doing this, I like to have the time to digest and see what we have changed before to now, and to see also how this a change may affect people who don't come to the meetings. Some people who do look at public comments and see whether what you're saying is interesting them or not. Or that's a topic that they like Mr. Campbell said. If someone is talking about books, then you can go and look up those comments. So I think it's no harm to give us more time to understand it. And we just talked about an executive session about making a whole bunch of decisions in less time. It's nothing wrong with us having the time to understand, digest where we're going at and what we're doing. So I cannot support it because I'm not ready to make that change tonight. And to me, I would like to look and see what so-and-so was talking about, or see if that's something that I need to go back in here versus listening to every time Joe Brown speaks, and it could be 6 Joe Browns in the community. Which one am I looking for? One who's talking about the education component. Thank you.
All right, let's vote on this motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Earl, did you have?
I wasn't gonna say it, but we just beat something to death over and over and over. We are not here for that. We are here to make sure that students are getting what they're supposed to get. And I can't say that enough. We worry about those small stuff. Our focus should be on student achievement, period. And making sure that we have the right person in the classroom to do the job. I could care less about how somebody feel about what somebody say. That don't bother me. I don't waste no time on that. Because when I leave here at night, I go home, I get something to eat, and go to sleep. I don't take any of this stuff home with me. I do not. Never did since I've been on this board. And I don't worry about what people think of me. They don't blow smoke in my face. You understand? So let's just stop all this foolishness.
Okay, let's stop this foolishness and vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Vote right. Quads, Robine, myself, Colonel Guyer. Opposed? Mr. Mel Campbell, Tricia Bidridge, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Earl Campbell. Angela?
I abstain.
You abstain?
Yes.
So it passed.
If you abstain, then that will give them the vote for it to pass. Abstain means you agree to some degree.
Mr. Smith, I abstain.
I'm just putting that out there. That's all.
I understand the process. Thank you.
So the motion fails.
No, it passes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It's 5.
Oh, okay.
It's not correct at the top there.
Wait a second. I'm looking at
Kathy
4,
got
4,
absent.
1, and 2.
Kathy voted for.
Kathy voted 4. So that's
5-4.
5-4 with 1 abstain. And I think Mr. Smith may have a point, that an abstain is counted as a no because it's the voting members. You have to have a majority of the voting members. So an abstain counts as a no, which would mean that the motion fails. I see Colonel Guyer reaching for the Robert's Rules book. I'm pretty sure about that one. And I thought that this software told us whether it passed or not.
It says motion failed.
It says the motion failed, right, and that's why. It failed because you have to have a majority of the voting members, and an abstain is considered a voting member. So the motion fails.
It says final motion on top, motion failed.
Motion fails. Okay,
You can see that.
okay. Good. So we don't have to look it up. Already told us. All right, future agenda topics.
I don't think that's accurate. I have abstentions. Very simply, abstentions do not count as either yes or no votes. To abstain means to refrain from voting. So,
But I think the part is that you have to have a majority of the voting members. In
Yeah,
order for it to
okay.
pass, and then abstain as a voting member. I researched this one pretty thoroughly,
Yeah.
so
this is,
I'm pretty sure I'm right on this one. Because we've had this
yeah, we've had
discussion
this
before.
discussion before.
Colonel Guy,
Colonel Guy.
and we are beating this one to death. But this is pretty fundamental. So the software is correct. It fails. Carry on. Now we go to future agenda topics. I think a couple of them have been obliquely referred to tonight.
You know what? We
Smith?
still didn't vote on the minutes, though. We didn't vote on the minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right.
No.
I move that we accept the September 2022 board meeting minutes.
Okay.
Seconded.
Second by Mr. Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Middleton, aye.
Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
So, no, Ingrid's no. She doesn't want the
Ingrid's was a no?
quotations. Yeah.
When your hand went up, I kind of. I need your help. You gotta help me out here. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm just needling you a little bit. Future agenda topics. I think a couple of them have come up tonight, so.
School start times as well. School start times.
School starts time, Mr. Smith. Okay. Mr. Campbell.
I would like to talk about students' discipline. We need to discuss that.
Student discipline?
Yes. As a board. Thank you.
Okay. I thought we had more, but, yeah, but everybody's tired.
I gave one for the legislative committee meeting was to have a topic of how to improve our legislative advocacy.
Right, but that's for the committee, right?
Right, not for the,
Not for.
we could keep started at the committee level and we might bring it to the board level.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, announcements, anyone have an announcement? Mr. Smith?
It's breast cancer month. And I'd just like to let all the people with cancer or breast cancer know that the board does support everyone with breast cancer, what I do. So if you just wanted to make that announcement, you see people wear pink, that's what it's for. Thank you.
Okay, takes us to the second public comments. Ms. Lynn Greeley?
Yes, hi, thank you. Oops, just lost my notes here. One quick second. Okay, I'm here for my future grandbabies and my grandbaby. Number one, when are you getting back to the people that have been here and asked the questions on the library books and on the pornography and everything else that they're talking about, the CRT? When do you get back to the public about these things?
I'm sorry, we can't respond to you, ma'am,
Or why not?
because that's our.
This is my first meeting. I don't know that.
That's our policy. We can't respond to public comments.
So when do you respond? You can't even tell me when or where I can find your response? Or will there be no response? Is that what you're saying? There will be no response to these things? Because this gentleman back here has asked it numerous times, is what he's been saying, and he's not getting anything. So obviously, you're not listening to the public. Don't you work for us and our children and our grandchildren? Golly, you guys are unbelievable. I can't believe it. You know, I've been senior operations manager for a company. I've been a senior vice president for a company. The way that this is run, and the way I would have been fired a long time ago, and you all should be fired. The way that you deal these meetings, the things you talk about, it's so boring. It's no wonder there are no parents in this room right now. These are grandparents and people that are supporting other people. And we need to get these people here and really get you off the board, because this is absolutely unbelievable the way you ramble on about absolutely nothing. Nobody gets to the point. I mean, it's just so, I'm glad all my boys are out of school right now. And after I've seen what I've seen right now, I will be homeschooling my children, because my grandchildren, this is absolutely fascinating. Thirdly, we, the public, don't really know what you're talking about with your points up here. So if you could just give a little one sentence of what you're talking about, so we, the people who we're working for, know what the hell this meeting's about. It's like, no wonder there's no one here. We don't even know what the hell you're talking about. And then when you talk amongst yourself. This is no way to run a meeting. It's no way to run a business. This is a business. And the other thing is, you can't manage what you don't measure. And I haven't heard one measurement tonight about anything. And if one thing in business, we measure everything. And then we know everything that's going on and what we do. And if I didn't have the measurement for this, that, and the other thing, I would have been fired. Just like you should all be. The rambling would never fly in the real business world. It would never fly.
Ma'am, your time is up.
You know what? I just want to say one more thing. It seems purposely. This is all done in purpose. So you don't want parents here. So you can just do whatever the hell you want to do. And this is children at stake. They are the most important thing. The most important thing for our future. I don't care if you tell me not to talk. I think my first time here, and I can't even believe that this is what is going on. And for us not to be able to hear exactly what is quoted, like what I am saying right now, it should be quoted. I haven't heard one thing about the students, what they're learning, and if they're learning, and how they're learning. Isn't that why we're here? Thank you.
Colonel. Come on, give them hell.
Mr. Castavino?
I'll try to make this short. I wasn't going to make a second comment of the night, but I will say this. With the last conversation we had about, keeping, the public's comments off of the record is extremely frustrating, because I put a lot of time into coming to these meetings to speak, and I plan what I'm going to talk about, and it's thoughtful, and it addresses an issue or something that is on my mind. And for the board to say that we're not going to record what I say is really concerning to me, because it's almost like you're trying to silence what the parents are coming here to voice about. You had a great solution. I do think that the solution is very simple. I come up here, make a statement, it's recorded, but we don't need to use quotations, punctuation, exclamation, all that stuff. It's just the words. I don't see there's any reason why the words shouldn't be documented and recorded, because that's what we're here for. We're here with the intention of my statements being on public record. That's the reason for this. So for you to trivialize that, I've heard so much talk tonight about, we got to get out into the communities. We got to work with the constituents. I've heard that so many times tonight. And then to follow it up with a statement of, well, we just need to put the person's name down. We don't really care what they talked about, is completely unacceptable. I really want you guys to rethink this. I mean, we spend a lot of time here. People work all day, as many of you do, I'm sure. And then they come to these meetings to get their thoughts on record. It's just really unacceptable. I really cannot believe that that's even being considered to erase what parents are coming here to say what they're coming here to say, the people that you guys work for. So unacceptable. So thank you.
No other public comments?
No.
The only other item is adjournment.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Okay, by unanimous consent, we are adjourned.